Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Colton Joint Unified School District School Board meeting. Today is August 20th, and I would like to welcome everybody, and we're calling the meeting to order. At this point, we would like to do roll call. Joanne, would you please do roll call of the board members present?
Mr. Ibarra? Present. Mrs. Haro? Present. Mr. Flores? Mr. Fuentes?
Present.
Mrs. Flores?
Present. Thank you, Joanne. I would like to invite somebody from the audience this evening to lead us in the flag salute, and I'm going to respectfully ask our brand new principal of Grand Terrace High School. Yay! Ms. Apadonis. Thank you, Ms. Apadonis. We do have an interpreter present, Cynthia Bueno. She is available for Spanish-speaking persons awaiting who would need assistance.
Thank you, Board President Flores. Good evening, all. Muy buenas noches a todos. Yo soy Cintia Bueno, soy recepcionista y traductora del distrito. Si alguien desea servicios de intérprete, puede encontrarme en la mesa trasera para adquirir el dispositivo. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias, Cynthia. Item 1.3, adoption of August 20th, 2026 agenda. I need a motion to adopt the agenda, and we do not have any amendments to the agenda tonight. Need a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
I have a motion from by Board Member Haro and second by Board Member Fuentes to adopt the agenda as recommended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nays? Okay. On motion by Board Member Haro and Board Member Fuentes, and on a 5-0 vote, the board adopted the agenda as recommended. This evening, we have the honor of having our school showcase. We have tonight Slover Mountain High School. I would like to introduce the principal, Fragio, to the podium.
Here we go. See, kiddos? Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. Tonight, our ASB team right here, Ms. Serenity McKay, is going to introduce the rest of our ASB team. Thank you.
If you don't mind, before we do that, we need to move the podium over. Sorry. Yeah. There we go. We want to see them. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Serenity McKay, and I'm here representing Slover Mountain High School as our ASB president. Joining me tonight are Diana Reyes, our vice president, Charmin Jackson, our treasurer, ASB secretary Earl Knutson, and Alex Contreras, our publicity officer. We are excited to share some of the highlights from our previous incredible year at Slover and look forward to this new year. From academics and athletics to community events, celebrations, and new opportunities, our students and staff have a lot to be proud of. We would like to share our stories from before and after we attended Slover Mountain High School. Before Slover, I had only ever been to Options for Youth for my high school because I got an unfair hand. I'm a very social person, so I enjoyed my time, but I didn't get the socializing that I needed. After coming to Slover, I enjoyed school so much more. I've made many friends and enjoyed conversation with teachers. I truly enjoy attending this school and being part of its growth and continued improvements. Now we have Vice President Reyes.
Thank you, President McKay. Hello, my name is Diana Reyes, and before I came to Silver, I was stuck in a mental state where I was unhappy and unmotivated. I didn't realize how much Slover would heal me. It brought my motivation back, it brought my spark back. I made connections that I would have never thought to make. I was able to come out of my shell and become a leader, someone I never thought I could become. Coming to Slover made me realize that school wasn't a bad place. It became a safe space for me. Slover helped me overcome the feeling that once made me dread coming to school and showed me that school can be a place where I felt accepted, supported, and valued. I am proud to say that I have changed for the better. I have grown as a person and as a leader.
Hello, my name is Charmin Jackson, and I'm here to tell you how your life could be after joining Silver Mountain High School family. Before SMHS, based on my own experience, I had 5 Fs and 1 D at my old school, but after joining SMHS, I was able to turn my life around, and I even got to join ASB. If you ever feel down about your grades, you should consider joining Silver Mountain High School family.
Good evening, audience and board members. I'm Secretary Knudsen, but before I became Secretary of ASB, I was a student, and a bad student at that. I was irresponsible, arrogant, and had no sense of urgency for my education. But even a small moment here at Slover Mountain High School has taught me lessons on responsibility, leadership, and nobility, and I intend to use the skills I've learned throughout the year to make everyone's experience at Slover Mountain High School better.
My name is Alex Contreras. Before attending Silver Mountain High School, I was attending Grand Terrace High School. I was a very open individual, and meeting new people was always interesting to me directly. Ever since I've been attending Silver, things changed for me in a positive light. It is a brand new place that I can call home and a fresh opportunity to make myself known and put my creativity out there, and allowed me to be more expressive as a person.
Thank you, ASB. Let's start things off with what we have been up to at Slover since last year's presentation. Students who attended the CTE hands-on field trip had an amazing experience meeting professionals and learning firsthand about careers that serve and protect our community. Hosted by 5th District Supervisor Joe Baca Jr., the event gave our students the opportunity to explore different career paths in public safety, connect with professionals, ask questions, and gain valuable insight into the skills and training needed to pursue a career as a first responder. It was a great opportunity to hear our Superintendent, Dr. Miranda, share how our students can build a meaningful career while making a positive difference in their community. Last school year, our students had the opportunity to participate in mentorships and community events that helped them grow, build leadership skills, and explore their potential. The 100 Black Men of the Inland Empire provided valuable mentorship, and we are excited to continue that partnership this year. Students were also recognized at the Inland Empire Black Graduation Celebration for the class of 2026. Now, our Vice President, Diana Reyes, will share more about our successes and opportunities at Slover.
Thank you. Our first annual Women's Empowerment Day, held this past May 15th, was a huge success. Female community leaders throughout the Inland Empire joined our school, and with our keynote speaker, Dr. Betters, connected with our female students, sharing their experiences and encouraged them to recognize their own strengths and potential. Students also participated in restorative circles, creating a small space for meaningful conversations. Each student received a special gift bag filled with treats and surprises, including heartfelt letters of encouragement from family members and staff. The guiding message for the day was rooted in resilience, rising in power. That opportunity was just one part of what made this past year special. Our students also had plenty of reasons to celebrate their achievements, both on and off the field. Slover boys and girls teams had a great year representing Slover Mountain High School with pride. Our boys soccer team had an especially successful season, making it all the way to league finals. The hard work, teamwork, and determination showed by both teams gave our school another reason to celebrate and be proud. Every mini quarter, we celebrate the achievements of our students with their families and staff. Students who made honor roll, principal's honor roll, and are student of the month selected by their teachers receive certificates recognizing their accomplishments. Those include 29 honor roll, 27 principal's honor roll, 32 student of the month spread across April and May, as well as student with perfect attendance. These celebrations remind us hard work deserves to be recognized. ASB Treasurer Charmin Jackson will finish off last year's events and take us to the present.
Of course, the biggest celebration of this year is still to come with Senior Sunset. Our big end of the year celebration this year theme was Tropical Luau, complete with tacos. Everybody loves tacos. Provided by ASB Kona Ice and a special appearance from DJ Bam of Old School 104.7, who gave away free passes to Six Flags Magic Mountain. Seniors also took part of a special reflection activity by writing letters to their future selves, sharing where they hope to be 1 year from now. These letters will be mailed to them after the end of the school year as a reminder of their goals, growth, and accomplishments. It will be definitely a night our seniors won't forget. Our proudest moment of the year took place on June 1st when we celebrated a graduation of Slover class of 2026 at CHS's beautiful stadium. Our staff, district, and our board dignitaries, student speakers, and especially our families came together to make the night one to be remembered forever. Watching our seniors walk across the stage was a powerful reminder of how far our students could go when they have the support of their families, school, and the community. Now on this year, every mini quarter, we welcome our students with the Slover blue carpet treatment we call a sprinkling of kindness. Our first one of the year is always a favorite because it helps us start off on the right foot. Roaring is with optimism. A special shout out to the Black 100 men of the Inland Empire for joining us to welcome our students and start the year off with positivity. It's one of the ways we remember our students and they belong and are a part of the Slover family. ASB Secretary Earl Knudsen will share more about what we've been up to this year.
Thank you, Treasurer Jackson. A huge part of starting off the year right involved having respect, optimism, accountability, and resilience. Our ROAR principles are a center of everything we do here at Slover. Our semester one kickoff included a variety of activities, discussions, and motivational topics designed to bring these principles to life and help students understand what they look like in everyday school communities. Making our students feel welcome and a part of the Slover family is always a priority for ASB. One of our favorite ways to do that is by helping everyone beat the heat with free snow cones at lunch for all students and staff. It was a small gesture, but it was a great way to bring people together and make an ordinary school day a little more fun. Throughout the year, we continue to find new ways to make Slover feel like a place where everyone belongs and is welcome. Creating a sense of belonging didn't stop with our ROAR kickoff. This year's back to school night was a blast and one of our best turnouts ever. Parents, students, and staff enjoyed complimentary tacos, and ASB made esquites and pazukis for dessert. But most importantly, families and staff had the opportunity to connect and build relationships that will support our young scholars' successes throughout the school year. Special thanks to Dr. Miranda and the board member Bernice Sandoval for supporting Slover. Now for our final speaker, publicist Alex Contreras will take us into what's new and coming soon to Slover.
Thank you for the speech, Cadet News Secretary. While ASB helped create many of these experiences, we also introduced a brand new program at Slover this year, video production. Students are learning to create content promoting events, cultural celebrations, spirit days, and weekly announcements. They are excited to host their first interview with Supervisor Baca on Monday, giving them a chance to build a real-world communication and Monday giving and production skills. We can't wait to share the final product with you when it's complete. When we look back at this year, these experiences represent more than just activities. They show what makes Slover special. Building these connections, celebrating achievement, and giving all the students opportunities to grow, not only as a school, but as a community. We are proud of what our students, staff, families, and communities accomplished together and looked forward to creating even more opportunities this school year. These are events coming soon to Slover. Thank you for allowing us to share our story in regards to Slover with you tonight. We would love to hear your feedback and comments. Thank you for listening to our presentation. As a token of our appreciation, we have gifts. Sorry.
Bags are here.
Thank you so much. That was very thoughtful of you. Where do I start? I'm going to just say that we really enjoyed your incredible testimonies that you shared. I know, sometimes, sharing those intimate moments really have an impact on other people around you. You never know where your impacts, ends or where it starts. So thank you for sharing that. I also want to praise you on your presentation. Your pictures tell the Slover story. Your speeches were precise. You spoke with clarity, and you showed pride for your school. And you look amazing tonight. You look very, very nice. So and you carried yourself very well. So thank you for this presentation. And I also want to thank the adults that are in the room that come to support you, whether it's your counselor, whether it's your teacher, your principal, whether it's your parent, a mentor, whoever it is. And I just want to thank them also. Board members? Mr. Ibarra.
Thank you, Bertha. First of all, I want to say great job to each and every one of you. It's not easy to get in front of a board or in front of anybody and give us a talk. And you did a really good job about doing that. Also, I want to say that Slover Mountain is probably one of the gems of Cone Joint Unified School District. When I first became a board member back when I started to learn a little bit about the district and what they had to offer and et cetera, when I heard about Slover, I thought that's a wonderful opportunity for students to get that second chance. I'm someone who always believes in second chances, and people deserve that. People deserve the opportunity to thrive and do better, because as humans, and it's defined, humans means we make mistakes. And when we do make mistakes, we learn from them. So over the years, I've seen many students go through Slover and thrived and done excellent with their lives. And as you shared your testimonies with the board and the public here, it's evident that you as individuals are making the maximum of this opportunity. You know, I commend the boards that I've been on, and I commend the district and the superintendents that I've worked with, because they see the value of Slover Mountain and what it does, not only for the students, for the community, and what you could accomplish. So always keep your heads up high. I see Slover Mountain as I see the other high schools. I mean, look at what you have. You have ASB, you have sports, you have everything you need to get the full high school experience. And because you get that experience, you feel like you're accomplishing and you feel complete. So when you do graduate and walk down that area of graduation, you're going to be able to say, I experienced the best education that I possibly could have. And that means something different for everyone. So always remember that. You know, loved your presentation, loved how you put everything together. You know, I appreciate the fact that you came and introduced yourselves so we know who are the student body there that make things move and shake at Slover. And I just want to thank the staff, the principal, the parents for the support that they're giving you, because it's so important. And we want to see each and every one of our students thrive. So thank you for being here today.
Board Member Haro.
Yes, excuse me. I too want to thank you for your wonderful presentation. I also want to thank you, as my colleague did, thanking you for telling your story. Continue to share that story with other students who may have not gotten to where you are at this point, because your stories are very powerful and you can help other students just like you. I also want to thank Ms. Frejo and her staff who are here and those who are not here, because the job that you're doing at Slover Mountain, it's God's work, because you truly are making a difference in these students' lives. And you just have 5 of them here, and I know you're making a difference in the rest of the students who are at your school. And they are truly blessed to have administrators and teachers like you who truly, truly care about them and working with them. So I just want to thank you.
Okay. Board Member Fuentes.
Thank you, Board President. I always love saying this, the award-winning Slover Mountain High. Why? Because you are. I've been to those award ceremonies out in the San Diego area where you've received those awards, and that's the reason why, because of you. You are the ones that create those awards. You're the ones who make Slover Mountain High. I'm not going to repeat everything my colleagues have said, but know that I'm very proud of each and every one of you. And all I can say right now is you are the sunshine, and those around you, help them become the sunshine, because you are the leaders at Slover Mountain High. So do what you got to do to help those around you. I'm very excited about the video production. Man, that's a big thing for me. Yeah, I'm a former actor and all of that stuff. It's one of those things that it's really cool when you're out there editing and cutting and doing all that. Hold on, let's do this. Make sure the microphone's good. You know, makeup, all that stuff. If we're going to go that far, but have fun with it. Have fun with it, because having fun is part of learning. It's part of leadership. So enjoy it. Again, I'm very proud of you. Make sure that you're the sunshine. Remember that. I want to come by Slover Mountain High and then, oh my God, I can't walk in there because it's so sunny in there, so bright. But remember that you are the award-winning Slover Mountain High. Keep your heads up high, everything you do. If you fall, get up, dust yourself off. Because like my dad used to tell my brother, I, and my sister, challenge yourselves to do better, and you will succeed. Have a good evening.
Well, thank you, Slover Mountain High School. You rock. Today, you just did an amazing job. You can go home and say, wow, we really, really rocked it tonight. So thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. And we're looking forward to the next time. We would like to shake your hands. Let's give them another hand. Slover Mountain High School. We are moving on to item 3.1, introduction of new management. I would like to invite Assistant Superintendent Dr. Dade to the podium.
Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Dr. Miranda, and our audience. It is my honor and privilege to introduce some new management team members. I'd like to first start this evening with our new assistant principal of Burney Elementary, Eliza Day. So Eliza has a great background. She started her career off in education as an instructional assistant for alternative ed and special education. She was a special education teacher as well. She's an admin designee, and she currently supports mentor students at UCR. On top of that, she has participated in multiple task force. She loves working with our foster youth and is a firm believer in giving back to her community as her community supported her. She loves to travel, and she wrote, she likes to travel and learn about new cultures through their cuisine. And I just interpret that as you like to go on vacation and eat, right? Yes. Yeah, okay, cool. Same here, same here. And so there's been multiple memorable places, but her favorite place to visit and partake in the food is Mexico and Taco Tuesday every day, right? Right. And so I love that too. She loved her experience at Footsteps for Freedom recently, and she's a huge family person. They have a very big family. They love getting together when they can. And so thank you so much, Eliza. You have such a great spirit about you, and your smile and the way your passion for students is, you can see it from anywhere. And so just thank you for all that you do, and we're looking forward to seeing you carry those great attributes into your assistant principalship. So, Eliza Day.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm so excited to continue to serve our Colton community here in Colton, and I'll make you proud.
One more round of applause for Eliza, please. Next, I'd like to introduce our new principal of DRC Elementary, Michelle Lopez.
Thank you.
So Michelle has been around the district for quite some time. She's been around the district for over 20 years, and her background includes 17 years as an elementary school teacher, several years as a teacher on assignment, and most recently, assistant principal at Zimmerman Elementary. She has tons of things that she likes to do, but her favorite thing to do is read books, but not just one. She likes to read 5 or 6 at one time. Now that's hooked on phonics right there. But so what's your favorite book?
Oh gosh. Right now it's probably, it keeps changing, but geez, which one's my favorite?
I didn't mean to stump you.
I know. There's because I read so many at a time. Probably am stumped.
We'll come back to that one a
Yeah.
little later. But what a great thing to be able to read the books that you do, and I know that you're interested in leadership books and adventures and mysteries and everything I think we mentioned at one point in time. So ultimately, Michelle has always, anytime you greet Michelle, she has a great smile. The students and staff at Zimmerman said they are going to miss you and they love the support that you provided them. But ultimately, I know the staff at DRC is excited to have you, and we're looking forward to see you doing great things at DRC Elementary. So, Michelle Lopez.
Yeah, I'm stumped, but I do give all my books away right away, so they're gone. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for entrusting me in this new role as leading DRC Elementary School. I'd like to take this moment to thank my family, my mom and dad, who've always valued education and ensured that I have a value for education, and they were probably one of the first to push perfect attendance. Me and my siblings had to be at school every day, so we did win those awards even before it was a thing. I'd also like to thank my principals, my past principals, for their guidance, for their support, their encouragement, and most of all for their leadership. I do believe that we all stand on the shoulder of giants, and my education is never done, so I'll continue to grow. And I would like to thank the board, thank you board, for entrusting me to this role, and I am excited for the school year to come. Thank you.
So, you want to introduce your family real quick?
Well, I have my family here with me is my mom, Debbie, my older brother, Marcel, my younger sister, Jessie, and then we have my sister-in-laws, Lorraine and Rosa, who works at Lincoln as a kindergarten teacher. And then we have my nephew, Jacob, my niece, Jackie, my other niece over here, Caitlin, and her significant other, Adam, right there. And my son is trying to rush from work to get here. But yes, thank you, family, for being here. Oh, I missed Dane. Sorry, Dane. He's hiding behind his mom's head. Thank you.
One more round of applause for Michelle, please. Last but not least, I'd like to introduce the new principal of Grand Terrace High School, Sarita Afadanis. So Sarita has been in the district for 23 years. Over that 23 years, she was a science teacher, curriculum specialist, summer school principal, assistant principal, and most recently, principal at Terrace Hills Middle School. So a great and extensive background. She loves being active with her family. She participates in CrossFit and running and is always down for a hike, bike ride, or kayaking. Her favorite place to kayak is Newport Harbor. It's an awesome place. And she also enjoys gardening in the springtime, especially when it's not 200 degrees like it's been recently. So, one other fun fact to add is she's been a track and field coach, volleyball coach. She's done it all. And so I'm sure the high school students will appreciate that and be able to relate and connect. Sarita, as you know, she has that quiet calm about her that just makes everybody around her happy, and she brings people together. And so we just love to see what she's done over her past career, especially at Terrace Hills Middle School. We know that she'll carry that over to Grand Terrace High School, where the community is celebrating that she is their new principal and new leader. So thank you, Sarita. Sarita Afadanis.
Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Miranda, and members of the audience. I'd like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude for your confidence in becoming the next GT principal. I feel super fortunate to have had the opportunity to literally watch the school get built from the ground up. I was the first group of teachers to join Grand Terrace High School, and I've held many roles at this school, and in a million years I would have never guessed that I would be the principal. For the last 15 years, I've had the opportunity to work in the Grand Terrace community at Tears Hills and at Grand Terrace, and I absolutely adore the students, the parents, the community members. And I want nothing but the best for them to achieve equity, wellness, and achievement. So I know I'm only in this position because of the support and guidance I've gotten from my CJUSD family, too many to name. I couldn't have done anything without their support. I'm just grateful for my close friends, my family, and especially my husband, and who's on FaceTime. He couldn't be here tonight. I have my daughter and my very close friend, Maria. And without them, you know, I couldn't do anything. And so I'm just super grateful and just thankful to you guys for the opportunity.
One more round of applause for Sarita, please. Thank you, Board President Flores. That concludes.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Neighbors, we see you back there. I want to take this opportunity to give you one last thank you and wishing you the best. Okay, we are moving on to 4.1, a public hearing for the Association of Colton Educators, ACE, Sunshine for Colton Joint Unified School District. Are there any public comments related to this public hearing at this time? Okay, looks like we don't. Okay. Okay, we are now closing this public hearing. Continuing on, opening up the meeting again. 5.0, we are at public comment. Just an announcement and a reminder about public comment. Each speaker will be invited to the podium and should begin by stating his or her name and residing city. Okay, well, you will have 3 minutes to speak, and we will begin with Ms. Amanda Salazar. There's two. We have two.
Oh, we have two Salazar.
That's okay. We have Amanda. Yeah, yeah, just a coincidence that we have two Salazars. One more time.
Can you hear me now? I feel like Verizon. Good evening, President, members of the board, superintendent, administration, staff, families, and members of our community. My name is Amanda Salazar. I'm from Bloomington, and I would like to announce my candidacy for Colton Joint Unified School District Board of Education Trustee, Area 1. But before I was a candidate, I was a CJUSD student. My educational journey began at San Salvador Head Start, continued at Walter Zimmerman Elementary School, then Bloomington Junior High, now Slover, and I proudly graduated from Bloomington High School. I'm a third-generation product of CJUSD and the proud parent of 2 successful Bloomington High School graduates. I'm unique because I've experienced this district as a student, parent, community volunteer, former CJUSD classified employee, and CSEA employee site rep. As an employee, I had the opportunity to serve students and families from preschool through high school and throughout the communities our district serves: Fontana, Bloomington, Colton, and Grand Terrace. I'm running because I believe strong schools build strong communities, and strong communities build strong schools. My priorities include student and family success, the safety and well-being of our students and staff, meaningful family engagement, soft skills post-high school readiness, and ensuring our teachers and classified employees feel respected, supported, and valued. Safe schools are foundational to learning, and every student and employee deserves an environment where they can learn, work, and thrive. I strongly support STEAM education and career technical education from preschool to high school because this success after graduation doesn't look the same for everyone. We should provide meaningful pathways to college career, skilled trades, military service, entrepreneurship, and whatever future allows each student to thrive. I support community schools. These are wonderful opportunities for our schools to become community-based centers for our families and students. I also want to address something personal. My home is within the area directly affected by the construction impacting our Bloomington community. And ultimately, my house will be sold and demolished. But losing my house does not mean I am leaving my community. My husband and I intend to remain right here in Bloomington. My decision to run for school board reflects just how committed I remain to its future. I believe our community deserves transparent, responsible, and accountable leadership, and representatives who listen before they lead. CJUSD isn't simply a district I want to represent. It's part of my story.
Okay. You want to finish that thought, or you're good? You're good? Well, it's 3 minutes, but I just didn't want to, cut you off sentence in the
Okay,
middle
no,
of a sentence.
I just wanted to say it's a part of my story, and it's a part of my family story. And no matter what happens to my house that I live in, Bloomington is my home, and it always will be.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Myra Salazar.
Good evening, No. My name is Myra Salazar. I reside in Colton, California. So I'm actually here for two aspects. I have my son that goes to Bernie Elementary, and I have a concern about their nutrition of their menus for their breakfast and lunch. I know our number one thing for our kids is education. So I'm here to see if, or maybe we can have this, or if I can get assistance of having our kids or implement fresher food for our kids. Like, for example, the first day of my son's school, he was given Cocoa Puffs, and I went to Bernie myself. I grew up here. I graduated from Colton, and I was wondering what happened to the oatmeal we would give to our kids. I got oatmeal. What happened to that? Let's bring that back. That's my main factor. That I feel like, well, my son comes home hungry all the time because he doesn't like the food that's being served. And I just want to speak about getting their fresher and foods, from the cafeteria. That's one of my main factors. And then also, I know there was a rat infestation in Bernie. That's my other concern of sanitation. Those are my two factors. But I know as grown-ups, we have a choice to have, better foods. I have four children, and I provide them, good meals. And I hope that they can, school can provide them good meals as well. More fresher food. I'm asking more like, yogurts, bagels, or pancakes, or eggs, or sausage, or, just meals that they can eat and actually be full so they can go with their day and help them with their brain, or, mentally, or just, I'm sorry, I'm kind of nervous. But those were my two concerns, bringing the fresh meals back again, You know, I went to Bernie, and I know this is something that it happened before. So I know 2020 was during COVID, things changed. But why not bring the fresher food like we did before? You know, we as adults have a choice. We have our coffee, we have our, you know, us, because I'm here to speak up for the kids. The kids cannot speak up for themselves. They're little, they can't come and speak up right here. So I, as a parent, and not only speaking for my son, but I'm speaking up for all the other children there.
Thank you. Next speaker, Lisa Villa.
Okay. Good evening, board members, superintendents, staff, and members of our community. My name is Lisa Villa, and I reside in Colton. Tonight, I would like to speak about something that I believe we can all agree on, that we can all agree must remain one of our highest priorities, the safety and security of every student and employee in this district. I believe effective school security begins with consistency. Regardless of which one of our campuses someone walks onto, our basic security procedures should be clear and consistent. Every secretary, receptionist, administrator, and staff member who may be responsible for responding to an emergency should understand exactly what is expected of them. If an emergency occurs, does everyone know the protocol? Is it the same? If a visitor is screened through our identification system and a concern is identified, is there a clear procedure that employees have been trained to follow? These are questions worth continually asking, not because we expect the worst, but because preparation matters. The same principle applies to our radios. Anyone entrusted with a radio should understand the proper terminology, procedures, and expectations for using it during an emergency. I believe regular training led by our security professionals could help ensure that everyone with that responsibility has the same foundation. I would also like us to continue in examining the physical security of our front offices. Some campuses have protective barriers and controlled entry points. I believe we should evaluate whether consistent safeguards can be provided across all of our campuses. Another area worth considering is the visibility and mobility of our security personnel. Patrol vehicles can provide more emergency response. They can provide a visible presence rather than remaining stationed at an individual campus all day. I would like us to explore ways to for the patrols to circulate throughout our schools and surrounding areas, particularly during high periods such as arrival, dismissal, lunch, and passing period. We want to see those patrol cars walk around in our communities. We never see them. Our elementary schools deserve particular attention as well. Our youngest students depend heavily on the adults around them during an emergency. I would encourage the district to examine whether security leadership could maintain a stronger rotating presence along our elementary campuses while still supporting our middle and high schools. We do have resource officers at our middle and high schools. Our elementary schools need more security visibility. None of these ideas are about creating fear. They're about creating preparedness, consistency, and confidence. We have dedicated employees who care deeply about our students. My hope is that we continue giving them clear procedures, effective training, appropriate resources, and the support necessary to respond confidently when it matters most. School safety is something we continually evaluate and strengthen. We should always be asking ourselves what is working, where can we improve, and what we can do today to be better prepared for tomorrow. I have worked for the security department for 3 decades, and I worked those front lines, and I know exactly what is going on and where improvement is needed. I hope I will have the opportunity.
Can you finish your thought? And
I hope I will have the opportunity to bring my fresh perspectives and ideas to the table. Thank you for your time and for your continuing commitment to the safety of our students and staff and community. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last of our public comment. We are moving on now to 6.1. Calendar committee presentation put on by Human Resources. I would like to invite Assistant Superintendent Dr. Dade to the podium.
Good evening again, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and our audience. It is our Our honor to present to you the calendar committee process this evening. Joining me to help me explain the process will be Dr. Cervantes, Human Resources Certificated Director, Eric Enciso, Human Resources Classified Director, Dr. Eric Mooney, Director of Secondary Education, and Dr. Syed Haider, Director of Elementary.
Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, Executive Cabinet, and members of the audience. My name is Kathy Cervantes, and I'm the Human Resources Director for Certificated. This evening, we will be presenting on how the academic calendar is created. The academic calendar is more than a schedule of dates. It provides the framework for how we organize the school year, impacts students, families, employees, and the day-to-day operations of the district. The academic calendar is, because the calendar affects so many areas, it is important that the process for developing it is thoughtful, collaborative, and transparent. This evening, we will review the process used to gather input, consider the various needs of our district community, and to move toward a calendar recommendation. The school calendar impacts instruction, testing, staffing, payroll, family planning, family scheduling. This process helps ensure the final recommendation is well-informed and aligns with the district's negotiated obligations. The process includes committee members who are district and site leaders, along with our labor partners who bring diverse perspectives to the process. Next is the survey. Feedback was solicited from management through a survey, reviewed, and discussed by the calendar committee during its meetings. For the recommendation path, the calendar committee develops a recommendation for Executive Cabinet to review, followed by consideration and final approval by the Board of Education. Diverse representation is important to ensure the process includes a range of perspectives. For district and educational leadership, we have human resource directors for both classified and certificated, the Director of Elementary Education, Director of Secondary Education, Director of School Improvement and Accountability, and the Director of Student Services. For site administration, we have elementary school principal, middle school principal, and the high school principal. And for our labor partners, we have ACE leadership and their calendar committee members, along with CSEA leadership and their calendar committee members. Our responsibilities plays an important role in ensuring the calendar process is thoughtful and well-informed. Site leaders complete the management survey with specific dates, identified conflicts, and the operational rationale for each of the requests. For all of our members of the committee, we ask that they represent their educational partners' perspectives while considering the district's overall calendar needs and requirements. For our labor partners to be able to address negotiable calendar items early through the appropriate bargaining process to support resolution before board presentation. And for the presentation of the next few slides, I'd like to introduce Eric Enciso, Human Resources Director for Classified.
So, input. Input from the sites is gathered through a principal survey. The survey collects details and real-life experiences surrounding back-to-school meetings, testing requirements, staff in-services, parent meetings, student engagement, and overall site-level anecdotes. What does the committee actually consider? We look at themes from the survey, technical requirements, ed code requirements, and other state mandates. Really, the main work of the committee is proposing a calendar that satisfies all site input and technical input. So the technical considerations. A small selection of technical considerations include the following: instructional days per quarter and semester, with the overall goal being 90 days in semester 1 and 90 days in semester 2. We also look at instructional minutes per school year, ranging anywhere from 36,000 up to 64,000 per year, depending on the grade level. We look at teacher preparation and collaboration days, leveled pay requirements for our employees, summer school requirements, their scheduling, and holidays. We look at non-student days and operational considerations tied to deep site cleaning. For a more detailed look of technical considerations for both elementary and secondary schools, here are Dr. Hyder and Dr. Mooney, our elementary school directors and secondary school directors.
Good evening. At the elementary level, we need an academic calendar that allows for adequate number of dates for all the required assessment, including CASP, LPAC, CAST, PFT, and CSA. Pacing these dates thoughtfully ensures our students do not experience testing fatigue while maintaining high completion rates across all groups. Ultimately, this approach protects vital classroom learning and maximizes our instructional time before testing begins.
And at the secondary level, the calendar becomes even more complex. Our students are balancing CASP with advanced placement exams, SAT opportunities, physical fitness testing, LPAC, and other assessments. They are also participating in culmination activities, graduations, and final exams. The priorities shown here reflect that balance. They want to maximize instruction before testing, avoid unnecessary overlap, and protect important end-of-the-year experiences. The NWEA map, buffer, and makeup window are especially important because they give schools flexibility. They help ensure that students who are absent, newly enrolled, or need additional support are not left behind. Ultimately, this is about creating an assessment plan that is student-centered, operationally realistic, and respectful to teaching and learning.
In terms of summer school, elementary summer school provides students an opportunity for both intervention and enrichment. Students receive literacy and math support to better prepare for next grade level, as well as enrichment in science, social studies, and art.
At the secondary level, summer school is much more than an extension of the regular school year. For many students, it's an opportunity for recovery, acceleration, completion, and a renewed path toward graduation. The proposed summer program is designed across 20 days, including the Juneteenth holiday, while meeting California's instructional time requirements. This structure ensures that students receive the time they need for meaningful instruction. Middle school students receive the required daily instructional minutes, while high school students have additional daily time to support the greater demands of credit recovery and graduation completion. The timing also matters because summer school can make a real difference in a student's graduation story. A student who completes the requirements after the regular school year, but before August 15th, can still be reported as a summer graduate. In 2024, state-level changes were discussed for the 24-25 school year regarding how summer school graduates would be reflected in the four-year graduation rate. These discussions impacted district recommendations for start and end dates for summer school. The proposed exclusion was later reversed, preserving the recognition of students who complete the requirements during the summer window. But we continue to monitor and advise on summer school dates that align with ending no later than the first week of July to avoid any potential exclusions. At its core, summer school provides another opportunity for students to meet their goals and earn credits.
Here are some of the considerations at the elementary level. In elementary level, minimum days are critical for teacher collaboration and parent conferences. However, recent state mandates require us to strictly balance these with our required instructional minutes, which were mentioned by Mr. Enciso in an earlier slide. Starting in 2024-25, Senate Bill 291 requires two 15-minute recesses, which cut into our daily instructional minutes. We lost 10 minutes because of that. So in order to compensate, we had to add 5 extra minutes, but still that leaves only a cushion of 520 minutes for the whole school year for 4th through 6th grade. So in order to make sure we maintain this cushion, which may be needed if there is an emergency closure such as wildfire, we must limit the minimum days to 44.
This slide reflects the careful planning required to build a secondary calendar that supports both compliance and the day-to-day experience of students, families, and staff. Having 90-day semesters is our preferred schedule. Evenly distributing those semesters into 45-day quarters is also highly desirable. This structure provides equal distribution of instructional content. First, we have ensured that instructional minutes exceed the state requirements for both grade spans. For grades 7 and 8, the schedule provides 64,950 instructional minutes, above the required 54,000. For grades 9 through 12, the schedule provides 66,787 minutes, exceeding the 64,800 minute requirement. This gives the district a responsible margin while preserving the structure schools need to deliver a full academic program. The 7 minimum days tied to finals recognize that finals are a significant academic milestone for secondary students. These days give schools the ability to administer finals in an organized manner while still maintaining the overall instructional commitments of the year. We also included 6 minimum days for middle school parent conferences, 2 in the fall, 2 in the winter, and 2 in the spring. These conference windows are intentional. They create multiple opportunities throughout the year for families and educators to connect, review student progress, identify concerns early, and build shared plans for support. Finally, the assessment windows are placed to minimize disruption and avoid overlap. NWA MAP assessments occur in the fall, winter, and spring, so schools can use the information to monitor growth over time. Advanced placement testing remains in May, aligned with the national testing schedule. And together, these windows are structured to support instructional planning while avoiding unnecessary congestion in the academic calendar. I'd like to reintroduce Eric Enciso, Human Resources Director, Classified, to discuss the next slide.
So the question begs, what does committee recommendation actually mean? Simply put, it means consensus. Consensus is the aim. By developing a calendar that captures as much input from the site while in compliance with the technical requirements, the committee creates a proposed calendar. Are everyone's needs met? The committee-approved calendar captures all technical needs and most operational and employee relational needs. What is created is a recommendation only. The committee recommends, cabinet reviews, and ultimately the board approves. That concludes our presentation. The team and I would be happy to answer any questions and comments you may have.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Okay. Mr. Flores?
Thank you. First of all, great presentation. I think it's an example of how complicated something that may seem simple it can actually be quite complicated. But at the same time, there's lots to consider. I do have a specific question, though, and Dr. Mooney, you had presented on this, so perhaps you can just, again, help me understand. It's going back to slide 8, where it talks about the Department of Education, that last bullet there, that I think is an important part that does obviously have a real impact on the student. So can you just explain that again so I understand what that means?
So back in 2024, CDE, they were having conversations about moving the end of the year around to June 30th to count for summer graduates, to be accounted for in our graduation rate. So if we don't end summer school before that date, any student who is graduating after would not be counted in our graduation rate. So we would lose those students in that graduation rate count.
So would that roll over to the next year's count, or do we just kind of lose it? They drop off, even if they've completed it, because they could have successfully completed the recovery, but because they missed that cutoff, they count as a non-graduate for us, essentially?
Yes, they were counted as a non-graduate, but that was reversed. So it's still August 15th, but because that conversation is still ongoing, we go to the table recommending that we still try to finish summer school as soon to that date as possible.
Because that's an administrative decision, so if at some point they do move it, our kids then would be in a tough spot. So they, presumably CDE can make that decision on their own administratively at any point. So we're doing it out of precaution?
Avoid any of our students being excluded from that count.
And about how many kids do we have each year that sort of fall in that category? Roughly how many kids each year do we think, again, just an estimate, fall into that category that are trying to finish through recovery before that date? Do you have an idea?
The number has improved. Yeah. Our grad rate has gone up. But we still do have roughly around anywhere from like 60 to 75 students.
Across the district?
Across the district that are seniors that would still need that support.
Right, okay.
And to Dr. Peterson's point, this is because with the dashboard, they keep moving the date further and further back so that they can actually show that data on and report that data back to school districts. So that's been the back and forth conversation at the CDE. How can we get all of the information that we need to be able then to report that for the dashboard?
And so how this impacts then the master calendar, if you will, is that it sets a date by which we have to finish summer school, right? And there's so much time, so then it backs everything up. So school has to end at a certain date, so we could start summer school in enough time to have those students finish by June 30th. So it does back up everybody else. Interesting, okay, that was the piece I was missing, is how that policy affects the overall calendar. And it's tough because now, and we want to help those students, 60, 70, 80 students, whatever it is, but obviously it's impacting thousands of students across the district because of that, so, okay. Another question that I have is, and again, this is incredibly helpful because it gives us insight into all of the moving parts. I do want to point out, and I appreciate the stakeholders, slide 3 identifies the representation throughout the district, the folks that are there providing feedback. I will say, though, that there is a very important stakeholder group not listed in the presentation, our parents. And I am speaking as a parent, of course, and we are all parents and have gone through this process. And the impact of parents, I think, is what we want to make sure that we're getting feedback on parents. And I know that that's difficult to do because we ask parents already to participate in so many different committees and focus groups and come after school and site council, and it's a lot, and it's tough to get parents there. But to some extent, we need to have parent feedback, and whether that's through a survey, and it could be a very simple and direct survey, but I think we're at a point now, we have parents' attention. I think a lot of them perked up when they realized that July 31st was the back-to-school date, and now there's a lot of folks that are asking, and now's a great time to engage them and say, we need to know, but also they need to understand that it's not just a matter of throwing a dart on the board and saying, oh, we just want to start on this date. There's a lot of factors. So an educational piece and component, but just knowing where are our parents when it comes to things like the length of breaks. Is it more impactful to have a longer summer or a shorter summer, longer winter break, shorter winter break? That feedback is really important. And Dr. Miranda, I would like to see how we can solicit that feedback before we adopt the calendar for next academic year, some way of getting feedback from parents. And again, it could be just a survey that's very straight to the point. And the other consideration, because again, there's a lot of data points that are included in this. Speaking of, again, of parents and the impacts of families, particularly in our district, and we know that our district is comprised of a lot of working families. Again, we have an 85% free and reduced lunch rate. A lot of families where both parents are working, and sometimes parents are working 2 and 3 jobs. Childcare. I hear this from parents, that when we have long breaks here in the middle of the year, in the winter, that creates challenges with childcare. I don't know what to do for 3 weeks or 3.5 weeks in the winter when my kid is off school and we have to work. It's not unlike the challenge we have now, where high schools start later in the morning and you've got to be at work at 8 o'clock. And how do I get my kid to school? Bell doesn't ring till 8:40, and I've got to, and that, again, that was a state decision. We have no say in that, unfortunately, but that's an undue burden that's placed on our parents. This one we have a little more control over, Dr. Miranda, and I think that taking into consideration feedback from our parents to say, this works well for us, this is a challenge for us. I'm blessed. My wife and I have flexible jobs, but listen, grandma comes to the rescue a lot and picks up kids on the regular, because it's difficult, even for us. And I live close to, I work close to where I live, but getting to pick up kids at the different times and here and there. So again, going back to the parent feedback, I think is really, really important. I'd like to take that into consideration. And then lastly, and again, I'm speaking from personal experience, because it's wonderful to see how these experiences and what we're experiencing add to the policy. I'll be honest, as a parent, my son participated in summer school at Valley College, dual enrollment. Amazing, love the dual enrollment program. He really wanted to take classes on campus though, and we were gonna arrange to drop him off and pick him up and do all that. But unfortunately, the calendar at Valley College doesn't quite align with our calendar. He would still be in classes at Valley when high school started at Colton. So it wasn't really an option. Again, not that we need to move everything around for that, but imagine that opportunity for our high school kids to be on campus, at a college campus, taking a class, if it's something that they really wanted and the parents could arrange for, if there's an ability to make that work. So again, those are just all the variables. And again, you've got a lot on the plate, but those are experiences and opportunities that perhaps we can look at when we try to build what a calendar could be for our school district. So I'll leave it at that. I know I said a lot, but this is something I'm passionate about, because it is something that affects parents, just like the pickup and drop-off time. You know, it does. It has a huge impact on the quality of life of our families. So, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Board Member Ibarra.
Yeah, just to make a mention that originally this topic came up because of the early start. Our early start. We started, the end of July. And it was obvious that many of the board members are sitting here. We're hearing from the community, parents, et cetera. Why are we starting so early? Now, me being in education, I understand, what you shared with us at this particular time, and I understand why we could start early like that. But it's a hard sell for us as a district when other districts are opening up like a week later, 2 weeks later. I think Orange County just started this week, so that's something that we need to take a look at and see, okay, do we want to start that early? And I think that that's what brought all this about. Let me back up a little bit. Great job with your report. Love to, and you guys did an excellent job. It's good to see the process at work. And I think it's good for everybody to see how hard it is to put this together. I've had the fun of putting calendars together, and I know that, it could drive you a little crazy. But I just want to make sure that as we move forward, we do include parental input. And I don't know if the way that things are turning out coming from the state, whether we're going to start having to start earlier, or can we still back it up till August? I remember several years back, I was trying to get us back to after Labor Day, back to the old schedule. Right. Yeah. And, I probably would get a lot of cheers for that one. Huh? And I got outvoted 6-1. I remember that. But thank you. Thank you for the information. I know that we will take this in consideration because we are a district that does those type of things. We listen and we take a look at what we can do to make things even better. And that's the great thing about our Colton Joint Unified School District. So thank you again.
Thank you, Board Member Ibarra. Board Member Haro.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Like my colleague said, it was very informative. Okay, we sit up here and we don't realize, we know a lot of stuff that's happening, but yeah, that's a lot. And so we appreciate the information because, it was brought up to several of us as board members when we were out and about that Why are we starting so early? We are the ones getting the feedback from parents, and then when we say, well, we try to explain to them certain things, and they're like, well, the other districts around here aren't starting so early. Why are you? If you're having to do it this way because this is what the state tells you to do, why aren't they doing it the same? So in theory, we should all be starting approximately the same time, and we're not. So, it gives us a little more information when we do get asked, and we can actually say, we're working on it, we're looking at it, and, but the first thing I wrote down on my notes was, I think there was one slide that had parent meeting and family engagement, and that was it. And I think it's important that, as my colleagues have said, that, these parents have a lot on their plate, and in the community we live in, they are struggling to find that balance. And so we need to try to include them wherever we can, whether it be a survey or whatever it is that y'all come up with. I defer to your genius to come up with something. And so that we can share that with, because our community can, why we know we're not going to please everybody, but if we can make them understand a little better what the process is and why we're doing it the way we're doing it, I think that would be a great help and go a long way. And so I appreciate it again for the presentation.
Well, thank you. I would say ditto with us being out in the community. We heard a lot of comments about that, so I think we're all on the same boat here. And the timeline, because right now the committee will be working on the 26, 27. No, sorry. 27, 28 school year. So what does the timeline look like? Are they already meeting? Have they already met for the first time, or?
We will have our first meeting in the next couple of weeks, and then we'll work through that process and try to get our recommendation to the board by the end of September, early October.
Oh, okay, okay. And we get it approved usually by February, or?
When does it come to the board?
Well, okay, well, when? December, okay, very good. So we'll be bringing it, we'll be bringing it for approval, and we will be looking at it very carefully, and seeing, because we need answers.
So will we?
And then, sorry, Dr. Miranda, if I may, will you just keep us posted then on how we determine we're going to do outreach, whether it's a survey, whatever that process looks like? As Board Member Haro said, we entrust that to you, but please keep us posted so that we know when that process is going to take place and how it's going to take place to get parent input.
Absolutely. We'll definitely include that in BC and continual updates there. And I do want to say this, thank you, Board, that I think this definitely important conversation is you see the complexities involved. Nevertheless, your recommendations are taken seriously, obviously. I think it's a great observation, and frankly, as being part of the calendar committee for many years myself and working with our wonderful unions, and there are things that perhaps we miss at times, and as we move forward in this committee here, they put a lot of work into it to ensure that the board sees that this process is really critical to the success of our students. It's part of our achievement. And many of us, and as parents ourselves too, with children and understand, and I have family members that work in other districts nearby, I will mention, we see that. So we appreciate it. Ultimately, this process has to lead to achievement, equity, and wellness. And that's what I'll keep repeating until people ad nauseum say, we're tired of you saying achievement, equity, wellness. So anyways, thank you, Board. It really is very important.
Okay, well, thank you so much for the presentation. Okay, we are moving on now to 7.0 actions items. Okay, we are moving into the action session 7.0. It'll cover 7.1 through 7.36. Would anyone like to pull an item separately? Okay. Is there a motion to approve action items 7.1 through 7.36?
So move.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. I have a motion by Board Member Ibarra and second by Board Member Dan Flores to approve action items 7.1 through 7.36. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nays? On motion by Board Member Ibarra and Board Member Flores and carried on a 5-0 vote, the board approved action items 7.1 through 7.36. Moving on to 8.0, administrative reports. Are there any questions or comments regarding 8.1 through 8.8, which are change orders? Any questions, comments? If not, we'll move on to 8.9, facilities update.
Presentation, so. All right. Good evening, board. Dr. Miranda, member of the public. It's probably been a couple of several months since I've been, the last time I provided a board presentation. Just wanted, my first one for this new school year, so I want to take this opportunity to welcome everybody back and wishing everyone a successful school year. My staff and our building partners have been quite busy and been a very productive summer as we try to take advantage of a downtime to get some critical improvements done over the summer, which I'll share with the board tonight. All right, first up, Colton High School stadium turf replacement. So this project's been we've been working on for over a year, which includes design, DSA approval, and contractor procurement. Because we have such a short summer, we planned the contractor procurement so construction can commence immediately after the graduation ceremony in early June. So some of these illustrations are just kind of simplify snapshot of some of the turf replacement process, and kind of simplify into kind of 4 separate sections. First one on the left is the subsequent to the removal of the old turf. The drainage rocks were replaced as well as drain lines were cleaned, and also the grading, additional grading were done to make sure the field will drain properly. On the upper right-hand exhibit is the installation of the drainage and shock pads. So this is actually a new system that we actually employed at Grand Terrace High School last year. So this is an additional kind of a component of the turf assembly that improves the drainage, but also more importantly, it helps to absorb the impact forces, thus making the field safer for our student athletes. The section number 3, bottom left-hand side, is the layout of the turf with alternating green colors, as well as the school color at the end zone. Then at the bottom right-hand is the step number 4, with the yardage, hash mark, and game line. They're actually, each one is manually cut and set in place. And so it's pretty quite consuming. Then after that, the last step is the infill. And similar to Grand Terrace High School, we're using a new infill mix that's combined with the standard, the rubberized pellet with another new product, which actually helps to reduce the temperature of the field by 20 degrees, up to 20 degrees, without even watering the field, where traditionally you have to do. Some of the challenges with watering the field, sometimes you have too much moisture when the high humidity doesn't evaporate, so it doesn't, the surface doesn't become very ideal. So, but yeah, we're excited to turn over the field. It was a quick stressful a little bit, but we are actually able to turn over the field and have it ready for play. This is the first practice that took place in this Tuesday afternoon. I do want to mention that the midfield logo and the letters at the end zone are currently being fabricated and are scheduled to be installed about 3rd week of October, right before the homecoming game. right, next slide. I just wanted to let the Bruin student athletes know that we didn't forget about them. Bloomington High School field, it's actually currently in design. And so we're currently scheduled to submit to DSA for approval in October 2026. And everything goes well, we're going to be bidding out the project in February 2027 with the starting of installation on March 2027. We're estimating about 3 months installation duration. All right, next up, just a quick update on the Colton High School, the administration building modernization, as well as pavilion and locker room project. We are making some good progress. Took us a while to some existing buildings and existing conditions that we had to deal with, but we're finally going vertical now, so there's a lot of activities going on with the framing and electrical and MEP, mechanical electrical system going on. So we're currently looking at taking occupancy in December of January of 2027. And the pavilion is also, and the new locker room building is scheduled to be completed in May of 2027. All right, next up at Terrace Hill Middle School. Again, we're doing lots of improvements at that campus. On the left is a aerial photo of the new administration building just south of the parking lot. And also on the right hand, just shows some of the, in addition to the new building that we're adding, we're also doing a lot of infrastructure upgrades. We're installing new fire alarm campus for the, as well as the public address system at the campus. So we took advantage of the downtime during the summer months and did a lot of infrastructure and concrete replacement. And but we're happy to report the board that we were able to achieve a lot of the goals that we set out at the beginning of the project. All right. Next slide, again, still at Terrace Hill Middle School, at the upper field level, we have made some good progress for the pavilion as well as the new classroom and the toilet building. On the left, we have the PE multipurpose pavilion. All the main steel members have been erected, and on the right, actually this photo was taken about a couple weeks ago. We have exterior plaster going in right now, so that project again is moving along pretty well. All right, up next, Grand Terrace Elementary School. Happy to report to the board that we were able to complete the TK kindergarten classroom building and the new playground structure that was turned over to the site we have students to be able to deliver students a new TK and kindergarten building to start the new school year. So the remaining phase of the construction is scheduled to be complete in about in March or April, and that comprises of additional parking lot, improved bus drop-off and passenger drop-off area. So we're making some great differences there, so we're happy to see all the improvements being done there. All right, next one, Terrace View Middle School. Again, a new classroom addition. Actually, I had a typo, I apologize. 2 new classroom, as well as the new playground, play structure, and some, actually on the right is actually one of my favorite spaces. There's some topography changes, and we were able to kind of carve into take advantage of the natural terrain and carve into kind of a little kind of hill to create kind of nice outdoor learning area. And also left, we try to be a little playful. Obviously, everyone knows that they're the Vikings, so you can see we got a little pirate flag, kind of like a little ship and pirate theme. So hopefully the kids will enjoy this new improvements that we made at the campus. All right, next up, Wilson Elementary. Everyone know we have, this is long waited for it, a much needed window replacement at the admin and the classroom building. So that we're coming to the tail end of the construction for that project. So in addition to the improved aesthetics, the dual pane glass window also saves energy and also create a better sound barrier, thus creating a more improved learning environment for our students. All right, next few slides are new TK classroom. There are actually 4 new classrooms, TK and kinder classrooms, part of the project. You see on the right, architect tried to be a little playful. You can use the sunflower theme, and not only in the tile, but also even in the classroom, some of the soft and light, it's kind of to emulate or inspired by the sunflower. So that's kind of one of the things that they use throughout the project. again, some additional interior photos construction. That was taken about a month ago, so things have progressed. We're almost hit the finish line. Actually, we're scheduled to turn over the building in May, middle of next month. All right, we did get an opportunity to give our Citizen Bond Oversight Committee a tour of the project in late July. The feedback was very positive. The committee seemed quite pleased with the bond dollars being invested. That's making a great difference at the Wilson Elementary. All right, and just last couple examples, what we call the summer sprint project. With the short summer break, we were able to accomplish some of the projects that's been in the queue. First on the left is Paul J. Rogers. We did an ADA entry and parking path of travel upgrade, so that was completed over the summer. And then on the right-hand side, we were able to get a new painting and design in collaboration with maintenance operation at Ruth O. Harris and Rupa Vista. So there's some remaining work to be done at Ruth O. Harris, but anyway, we're majority of the work was completed beginning of the school year. So students came back to kind of a brand new campus. All right, just want to give the board a quick Measure BB update. This just shows a timeline and going back to from the inception where the board adopted, approved the 47 priority projects back in July 17th. Subsequent to the board approval, we did a couple procurement and bring on inspectors, architectural firms, and contractors. And in January, we continue the effort with design management to bring on architects actually signing on contract for various projects. Next to the slide, I won't go into each detail, but there are about 19 active projects we're currently working on that we have under contract for design phase. I'm going to highlight just 3 projects that we have, just kind of show the board the progress that's being made. First one up is the Smith Elementary. We did a kind of a master plan update. The project identified in the prior project is to replace some of the leased portables with permanent classroom building. You can see on the left, the little blue square is the working with the site administrator architect. We identified a location for the new classroom building. In addition to that, we're also looking at a new drop-off area to improve the safety and circulation for pedestrian and vehicular circulation. And so we're making some I think exciting improvements at the campus. So we'll as we develop more design, we'll continue to update the board. All right, next up, McKinley Elementary. This is another one of the high priority projects where we plan on improving. It's a long-standing issue. I think Dr. Miranda knows more than anybody else. He used to be at the helm at McKinley. So in this, we took this actually, one of the priority projects is to replace the TK kindergarten building, which faces Johnson Street. So instead of replacing the kindergarten, we actually relocated the kindergarten to the inner campus, which actually create a safer environment for the students, away from traffic, a little secure. And then by doing so, it creates an opportunity for us to create a bus drop-off area. So we've been working with the City of Colton Department of Public Works, traffic engineer, so everyone seems to be on board with in terms of the concept, and so we're going to again continue to move forward design, so we'll continue to keep the board updated on the progress. All right, last project is the Grand Terrace High School CT building. So as one, again, another one of the board party project, we work alongside Dr. Peterson's staff, as well as Grand Terrace instructors in pursuing the state facility match fund, where we can receive from $3 million up to $6 million of state matching fund. This is actually a very competitive grant. I'm pleased to inform the board that we actually score very well, and with the initial CT review, it's a 2-step process. You have to score enough passing score, and then once you have enough passing score, then you can apply for the state funding. So we passed the initial step, and with the first step, so we're actually submitted our funding application to Office of Public School Construction. So we're hoping to hear back from them within the next month or two, and hopefully we'll be able to deliver some good news to the board in the next month or two. All right. In closing, so again, I'd like to kind of take this opportunity to kind of celebrate and some of our building partner highlights and also some fun fact. So this is Miss Lisa Cox. She's here in the audience. She's actually a partner with Geo Architects. And so Geo Architects is also one of our pre-approved lists of architectural firms that we work with. So Lisa's a licensed architect that's been practicing architecture for almost 30 years. She's currently a partner, as I mentioned, at Geo Architects, which is one of the pre-qualified firms. So Lisa and her firm has been selected to provide design services for a party project at Lewis Elementary. It just happened that she was actually a graduate of Mary B. Lewis Elementary, attended Bloomington High School, and is also a class of 1990. So I just thought I'd take a moment to share this success story, a product of our CJUSD, really making a difference in contributing to improve the learning environment at Lewis Elementary, where she once was a student. So, and that concludes my. Thank you for joining us. So this concludes my update. Open it for questions.
Thank you. Board member comments. Okay.
I just briefly want to say, Owen, thank you to you and your entire team. The number of projects going around the district is incredible. We've had the opportunity to see them firsthand. I know that at Terrace View Elementary, I did get to see the TK Kinder classroom and that entire space, and it's amazing. The little amphitheater that you guys built into the hillside, and the principal talking about the kids already love it. The superstars that love to get up there and sing and perform and do their thing. And just imagine, that's their first experience being in a classroom and being in that beautiful, amazing, fun, and exciting space. So I just want to thank you and the team. It's incredible, the work that you're doing. And Mr. Barr and I were just talking because we see quite a bit that going on, particularly in Colton and projects around the high school. And every time I drive by, certainly Colton High School, that is not the same school that I went to. And it's gorgeous. And all the schools, the middle school, everything that we're doing. So thank you for that. It's incredible. And Ms. Cox, thank you for what you do. And I'm going to extend the invitation that if you'd love to come back to any of those schools to share your story with the kids, I think that would be so much fun and so exciting for them to hear your educational journey and how going to school and becoming a licensed architect, now you can come back and do something amazing in the community and the schools where you grew up. So thank you for that. Yeah.
Okay. Board member Ibarra.
Thank you, Bertha. As I was looking at your presentation and what came to mind, look at how good all our schools are looking. I mean, excellent. They're beautiful schools. And being an educator is my, one of the things is educational environment. We always talk about that, how nice that welcomes all our students. So I just want to take my hat off to you, for the wonderful job that you're doing, your staff is doing, and bringing in partners like Ms. Cox to make some of these wonderful facilities look the way they do. So, and also what comes to mind is, I know that Tina, every year does tours, for, goes to the schools and, hopefully you'll set some up so that maybe some of the board members could have a tour of all these places too. Because I know for myself, because of work and everything, but I'll take a special day off just to get out there and do that. And because, it's just what we're creating here at Cone Joint Unified School District, holistically it's excellent. It's wonderful. I think we are, because I hear it, we're starting to become the envy of other districts. And I think that it's contributed to all the people that are sitting out there right now, that are here, for the wonderful jobs that you do, but also the vision and the work that we do to continually to improve our district and to get to that point where, we become very proud of sitting up here. We become very proud of working for this district. And, I have to say this because I've already stole like 3 or 4 of the employees that I work with and brought them here to Cone Joint Unified. And I'll continue to do that if I could get that opportunity. And they're good employees, and each one of them has said that they love working for Cone Joint. So just want to throw that out there too. So thank you, Owen. Great job.
Board Member Haro.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I was looking at all the beautiful classrooms and everything, but the thing that got me the most excited was was seeing the windows at Wilson Elementary. I mean, when you see the before and after, it's like, whoa, the difference that windows can make. And I'm sure the staff at Wilson is also very grateful for those new efficient windows. I also want to thank you. I represent the west side of the district, and Harupa Vista is a walking distance to my home, and I visit a lot. And I've been hearing for many years about the color of that school and, that icky pink. And then much like when you see on the freeway where they have this beige walls, and then when there's graffiti or something, they paint over it with beige, but it's a different shade of beige, so you got like this patchwork quilt. And that's what the school was looking like. And staff was disheartened to see how the school looked. And the parents were disheartened. When I would visit, I would get comments about, how come our school looks like this? It's a beautiful school, but why is it not painted? And I want to thank you, and I want to thank Greg for putting it on a priority list, because this year Harupa Vista celebrates their 35th anniversary. And that was the same paint job since my daughter went there 35 years ago to Harupa Vista. So I just want to thank you personally and on behalf of the parents and the staff of Harupa Vista for listening and painting it. And now it's the school colors. And that's really amazing. And I had several parents thank me. And I also had one parent in particular who happens to be our CRIROP human resources person, who her son is going there, and he was in preschool, and he was a little hesitant every time they would drive by there. Oh, I don't think I can start school there, Mom. The school's it's being painted, and he didn't want to leave his preschool, and I can't start that school. It's not painted yet. Well, of course, back to school night, it was all painted, and I talked to him, and he was so happy, and he loved his school, and he loves the paint job. And I know that Ms. Scribner told me, she goes, I only had one complaint from a parent who was a grandparent whose kids went there, and she actually liked the old pink. But you know what? You can't please everybody, right? So I just want to really say thanks to both of you for everything you did to make that happen. And I know that the community is very happy. And that makes me happy because they don't bug me. So thank you so much.
Board Member Fuentes.
Thank you, Board President. Just a quick comment. I was at Rutho, and I walked on that campus. And my goodness, I was like, man, we got a new school? We get a new school? I love how Rutho looks. It looks so beautiful. The big numbers on the side there in white, all of that. I've seen Harupa Vista too. It's just beautiful. So I know that we're doing great things for our students, because the morale is always part of how the students see it. This young man says, oh, it wasn't finished, what Ms. Hara was just talking about. But when he walked on campus and saw how beautiful it was, he was excited. And I think our students get excited when they see new things happening, like at Grimes Elementary, Wilson. My gosh, I also got excited to when I saw the windows, because for so many years I've had teachers, parents call me, even though we're not from that area, the trustees from that area, we still get the calls and we get the emails. And it's exciting to hear how our parents are excited, students are excited, staff is excited that our buildings, our locations, our campuses are looking so good, that I get excited when I walk on a campus and the campus just looks fresh, clean, and good. Thank you, Owen. Thank you, Owen. Your team, everybody. Greg, thank you for all you guys do to make sure that our students go to a nice, beautiful campus every day. Thank you.
Okay, well, I just want to add, as far as the facilities department, I'm going to echo what Greg from says a lot. He says we have the best in California. That the department we have the best. So thank you for your dedication and your hard work.
Can I make a quick comment?
Sure.
I do want to make a comment. Thank you, board, for that. Thank you, Owen. Let me say that it's such a team effort, and Owen is the most humble person besides in the world. His leadership, Greg's leadership, but also we need to give also credit for the paint and all that to David Bell. It's a team effort.
Absolutely.
So our vision has been, and Owen and David, Greg, and even back then, and Owen and I, we worked together, has been about bringing back the pride to our schools and bringing back those school colors. And it's a very difficult endeavor, but David Bell's back there. He's also hiding back there, but he deserves credit for the paint jobs.
Absolutely.
So he's back there. So let's give it up for David back there. Stand up, David. Superintendent's directing you to stand up. There you go. I just want to say that because the board's vision and priorities translate to going out there, bringing back the glory of our school sites. And these gentlemen execute with precision and humility and the amount of work. And that's true. Thank you, Board President. We do have the best facilities director in the state, but we try to keep it a secret. And I would even argue in the nation. So might as well just say the world. So we'll just stop there. All right. But, you know,
Yeah,
Owen and I, we've been working together again, and we have our sayings, but I won't share it here because you guys wouldn't get it, but it is definitely a lot of work that goes into the team effort. So from the bottom of our hearts here, gentlemen, thank you for that, and I think our community see the efforts. So, and Greg, your leadership and just getting things done. I said, Greg, go make it happen. He says, done. Okay, enough of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And we're on a roll. I mean, I could go up to the next department. Nutrition Services is right here. They're awesome. You know, I could go on and on, but thank you all for your dedication and your hard work and taking pride in these projects, every single one of you. I also want to thank Lisa for being here today. You just made our day, just knowing that we have you know, someone like you, and you're here and setting an example to our students, you know, and you're a perfect role model for our students. So thank you for being here. And Wilson, I did have just one comment about the Wilson windows. They look amazing, and I'm just wondering, were those the original windows from that school? And then, I mean, did they even have?
When they built the school?
Those are actually new windows. We had a Wilson itself. It's actually a designated historical site and building.
Right.
We had to actually hire an architectural historian and work with a contract designer to make sure that we maintain some of the historical significance, value, and the aesthetics and the design. So,
I think the old windows you were talking about.
Yes.
Yeah. Were the old windows the original windows? The ones that were taken
the one that we took, yes, they are the original window too.
Okay. And my question is, it has to do with earthquakes. I believe those windows, if we had a big earthquake, they do not shatter, right? They would be like dangerous. I don't even want to think about it, but they would crack and become almost spears. And
Yes, actually, some of the glass used are temper glass or safety glass.
Safety, yes. Do we have any schools with the old windows like we removed at Wilson? Is there a way we can get a report on that? Because I don't think we should have those old windows just because of the earthquake issues, that, you know, earthquake safety. that we have. I think we're pretty, as I walk around and drive around the district, I don't see any older windows, but just I would like to see if we can get an idea of do we still have those old windows that are not safe in an earthquake? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, moving on to 8.10, ACE update. Okay. CSEA update. No update, okay. MAC? Okay. ROP?
Yes, we
Okay.
do have an update. We did meet last week, I believe. And of course, with school just starting again on the way, the highlights were minimal, but they did have a big impact in the meeting. And this is what they shared with us. At Cone High School, the Cone High School CNA program had a pinning ceremony on July 16th, and very successful. We're starting to see a lot of CNA students actually pick up employment. There's a big need for them. And through ROP, they were able to get quite a few, which means that they passed their tests and so forth. Also, facility-wise, at Cone High School and Bloomington High School, they improved and they have new learning spaces, which also includes a new CNA lab at Cone High and at Bloomington High. So they're investing money and effort in making sure that that program is a highlight. They also shared with us some brochures, adult and after-school program handbook, which shows all the classes that they have for the adults through ROP. And then they also shared a course catalog with us as well. So very, and they use our students here at Cone High to make these programs. So that's what makes it really cool. One of the big highlights, and I don't want to take too much, maybe I will, was that they did a 25-26 year in review community engagement and digital marketing report. And it was very impressive how they get the word out that they're offering all these courses through the 3 different districts, Yucaipa, Reliance, and Colton. And, you know, just to name some, put some numbers out there, 269,000 Instagram views, 31,000 Facebook views, and they do the superintendent, which is on the horizon, and they've done 28 of those where they get out to the community and they put it out. So, and that's the effort of one individual, just one. Their communication staff is one. I mean, if we can get that one here, I know Dr. Engel would kill me for saying that, but she's incredible. And what she does and her vision and how they get the word out, and which brings in all the students, all the parents, all the after-school adult program parents. So, so they talked a little bit about that. So I don't want to say too much more because I'm going to go. Pat wasn't there. You weren't there. You were sick, but Israel was.
All right. So a few things. I'm going to share a little more on the CNA program. I'm actually going to read because I asked the assistant soup over there that runs all of that. CRIROP has launched 2 new CNA after-school programs hosted at Colton High School and at Bloomington High School. Both high schools are offering the students represented from Bloomington High School, Colton High, Grand Terrace, and Slover High. Additionally, our adult integrated education and training, which they call IET, CNA programs transitioned to an evening offerings, which resulted in tremendous enrollment this spring. The class reached its full capacity of 17 students with an additional waiting list of students eager to participate. And that waiting list is already more than half, which is, I think he said 10 or 12 students already on the waiting list. So they're thinking about probably opening another class. We are excited about the continued growth of the CNA pathway and the opportunities these programs are creating for our students across the region. Right now, the CNA program is one of the biggest things that is really kind of flourished in the medical field right now, CNA. It's something big. That's why a lot of the students are taking the opportunity to start in the medical field as a CNA and then move on, LVN, RN, et cetera. And so it's a big opportunity. CRIROP has it for them. We have it for them here as a pathway also. And one other thing, CRIROP is 55 years old this year. We're celebrating 55 years of being CRIROP, Colton, Redlands, Yucaipa, ROP. So a lot of times we have a program there at CRIROP which they call it the Crybabies. And then we'll talk more about that, but just look for that. And but we're celebrating 55 years of being the opportunity for our students to succeed, to become those successful teachers, to become those in construction, medical, engineers, you name it, CRIROP is there for them. And I think I'm going to steal this from Mr. Ibarra. CRIROP is one of the number ones. Our CRIROP is one of the number one CRIROPs in the world. In the world. No. But you know something? We are known for being the ROP or the CRIROP, the ROP program in the nation that brings those opportunities for our students. That's all I have. Thank you.
Superintendent's communique.
Thank you, Board President, and good evening, everyone, and everybody that's still out there and online. First, I want to start off, of course, with Vision 2030. I'll be talking a lot about that. Again, achievement, equity, wellness. You know, we're just looking forward to advancing the design plan, and as everybody knows, the board knows that we started this process many years ago. And as we move into this 2030 and a new decade, as we get closer to that, we are advancing this work toward really what we're calling a unified district-wide framework. So we're asking a fundamental question that's so important, is what are those specific outcomes and academic competencies, skills, durable habits, learning, and well-being that every graduate needs to be able to thrive in tomorrow's world. So phase one really is what we're starting here very soon. It's actually underway, is really developing that learner profile. And that is gonna, the learning profile is gonna serve our community, crafted vision for student success that will clearly define the academic, again, as I mentioned already, those competencies and skills and habits that every student needs to have before they graduate at every single level. So it starts at the TK level, moves up, first grade, second grade, all the way to the, as they graduate. So what we're doing for this process is bringing a diverse team of staff, families, community members, partners, parents, well-established board members are going to be part of that. I know Ms. Flores and believe Ms. Thorne Ojeda are going to be part of that district-wide team to develop expectations. So that way we can define what it means, what is a successful CJUSD graduate. So with this shared destination and vision, we intentionally are going to work backwards. As teachers know, it's backwards mapping all the time, and really align our teaching to those practices necessary for high achievement. And so there's going to be a lot of learning, a lot of professional development through this process. We're going to be looking at programs, student experiences, engagement. Again, we're looking at pre-K through graduation. So it's a pretty wide spread, if you will, in terms of grade levels that we're looking at. So last week, we sent out invitations, were sent to members that were selected to serve on this learning profile development team. So the team will begin its work developing this learner profile, and it will become what we're calling a foundation element of the Vision 2030, help us guide these future decisions across our educational system. So it's really important that we emphasize that this is a process to draft a learner profile. It's going to be shared broadly across CJUSD communities through surveys, focus groups, town halls, and that's going to what we want to do, ensure that staff, students, families, and community members have opportunities to provide meaningful feedback and help shape the future of our students and those outcomes that we highly desire. So again, I'm excited to announce that we're beginning this next phase in our journey, and look forward to keeping the board updated and obviously the community informed as it takes shape across our district. Now, the second thing, Owen already beat me to this, so I was going to show this off, but you're all right, Owen. You can talk about this, but this is again the new artificial turf at Colton High football stadium, and what you see, we are waiting, as Owen already still waiting for end zone lettering and midfield logo. That will be coming in pretty soon. And what I think Owen already mentioned too, it's consistent to the newly installed turf system of Grand Terrace High School, as he mentioned. And of course, he already said this, so he stole all my thunder, that we are gonna, of course, we're not forgetting about Bloomington High School for next year. So again, thank you, Owen, to the facilities department, and of course, the Director Owen Chang for that, and his team, for just, again, committing to not only improving our facilities for our students and staff, but really, honestly, at a high level. And, when we talk about what we want in Colton, is we want the best. And when we bring things in or whatever it is, it has to be a high quality, best, and, and I think they know that. So, all right. So moving on, we are, of course, I'll keep talking about attendance. So we know attendance is important to student success. There's a correlation there. Also, it helps with our average daily attendance. So we have these district-wide competitions that are underway, and we know that every student being in school and every day is very important. So we have the back-to-school attendance kickoff. We had that concluded last week. So students who were not eligible for the back-to-school competition will have an opportunity with our September attendance competition beginning September 1st. So we're going to continue to push this and improve our ADA. As a reminder, that's also one of our goals, 10-10, 95-95. And finally, for our high school students, we started already, we're going to start the Tomorrow's Leaders Card giveaway. That's going to be in September 1st, so 2026. And so we're, again, excited about the incentives, and we, of course, encourage the students for strong, consistent attendance, because when you see the high school students drive off in the car, or sometimes they can't, but when they get the car, it's an unbelievable, just life-changing for the families. And we get to talk, and I remember Ms. Flores here talking to the young lady and the family is just a game changer. And I want to personally thank Rosa Dominguez, who serves on our foundation board, who makes that happen year in, year out for the car. And it's not just about the vehicle, but it's really about process, and it's about growing, and that's what this is about. And that's what we encourage, again, our principals to push that out, to encourage their families, and they're doing an excellent job. So again, thank you to the schools, the principals, the leaders, the students, the families for making attendance a priority, and just helping our students be present, engaged, and ready to learn is so important. So With that, that is my communique for this evening, and thank you, Board President.
Thank you, Dr. Miranda. Board Member Ibarra.
Thank you, Bertha. First of all, I want to start off by thanking everyone who's here, all the leaders of our district, and for your dedication to our students and to our district and what you do on an everyday basis. Also, I just want to say that earlier this month, I want to say the first week of August, had the wonderful opportunity to be part of the Adult School Consortium, where I had an opportunity to meet with Ms. Hatter and her staff. It was wonderful to see Cone Joint Unified School District so heavily represented. And I took the opportunity to eat lunch there with them and spend the afternoon and go through professional development with many of them. And to see and talk to them about the vision for our adult school program and what me and Dr. Miranda talk about and what we hope to achieve in the early years to come, in the next years to come. So it was just, I just had a great time, and they're great individuals, and so I just want to thank you for being there and bringing your staff. And I was thinking just a bit ago that, you know, when I first started to run for school board, I had to put a lot of thought to it. And because it was a big commitment, a huge commitment. And I remember I would come to the school board meetings and I would sit throughout the whole school board meeting. Not just come, say something, and walk away. I would stay because I wanted to show my commitment to this district. You know, I say that because the efforts that I see my individual colleagues make on a regular basis, you know, I applaud them. I applaud them for all the times that they go out, represent our district in a professional manner. And I support each and every one of them. And I think that, you know, like I've said before, I've had the pleasure and the opportunity to sit with maybe 5 different boards. I'm aging myself. But all the boards had their own distinct way of doing things and their own individuality. But this board here, you know, we have a mixture of a lot of great experience. And I think that this district, this community, these students will benefit from this board to continue moving on. And I can't see personally, and I'll mention this, you know, people coming, running, indicating, and then leaving. Because when you leave, you can't see what we do. You can't see the business that we're responsible for making decisions on. And you can't see the responsibility of this position as each one of my colleagues that are up here and those who are not take charge of. And I'm going to say one last thing. And they can't see the fact that we work together with some wonderful people like yourselves. So I wanted to mention that, you know, and I wanted just to mention that I throw my support with every individual board member that's up here. So thank you, Bertha.
Board Member Haro. Board Member Fuentes.
I'll be quick, about 3 hours. I'm just kidding. I love y'all. I love y'all. She's timing me already. So earlier today, I was actually in my office, and I grabbed one of John Maxwell's books. I have all his books, and I really, really love how John Maxwell really explains things. He's very simple. I had the opportunity to meet him a few years ago. Actually, I was doing a leadership workshop, and I was speaking, and then he was the next guy up, and I didn't know that. And I remember him coming up and just laughing. He has this weird laugh that he has, and he says, well, I guess I don't have to say anything. He quoted everything I had. You know, Izzy did all this and that. Well, I did because that was part of my presentation because I've always liked his quotes. So all I'm going to do today is just read this. And this is what CJUSD means to me. And I know that we have these leaders, and our leaders are like this. A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. We are the example, everyone, from M&O to our safety, our teachers, everyone. When I talk about all, I'm talking about all staff. A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, shows the way. We do that because our students see it in us. Have a good evening.
Board Member Flores. Okay, and for myself, I know that Dr. Miranda shared a little bit, about the importance of perfect attendance and the importance of being in school. We have a little bit of data here that I want to share with you. 6,777 kids in our district had perfect attendance for back-to-school kickoff. No marks, not a tardy, no absences, nothing. That's 39% of the district. And that's even starting at 7:30 when we started in July 31st. So congratulations to us. That's great. That's a great piece of data. Thank you, Missy. Yes. I just want to say very quickly thank you to two committees. Last year, the math committee met under Dr. Hyder and Dr. Peterson to work on selecting the best math program that is available in California for our students. We had a pilot, we had teachers, our math experts looking very closely at these programs, and they selected one, and we had a vote, and because of their hard work, our students now have brand new math books on their desks the first day of school. And we're very excited about, how that's going to affect our students. And I know as a teacher, I'm always a teacher, but as a teacher, it's always exciting to bring on a new curriculum. And I also want to thank Dr. Mooney's department and also under Dr. Peterson because this year we're going to begin the process for the secondary schools. And I just want to say thank you ahead of time to the teachers, to our math experts who also are going to put in many, many hours to make sure that we bring the best curriculum for our students. So, thank you, elementary math experts, and thank you, secondary math experts, for their hard work. With that, we are going to adjourn, and we're going into closed session. Okay, the board is back from closed session. We have some action items to report. Item 12.1, student discipline, readmission 2026-2027. There was one student readmission presented in closed session. In accordance with California Education Code 48916, an expulsion order shall remain in effect until the governing board, in a manner described in this article, orders the readmission of a pupil. The one student had been expelled from Colton Joint Unified School District for a violation of California Ed Code 48900 or 48915. The student's case was reviewed by an administrator in the Department of Student Services, and upon review has completed the plan of rehabilitation and is eligible for readmission. Is there a motion to approve the readmission of the student as presented?
I'll move.
A second?
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Board Member Israel Fuentes and second by Board Member Dan Flores to approve the readmission of the one student who met the plan of rehabilitation as directed by the board and is eligible for readmission. All those in favor? Aye. Nays? Okay. And no abstentions. On motion by Board Member Fuentes and Board Member Dan Flores and carried on a 5-0 vote, the board approves the readmission of the one student who has met their plan of rehabilitation. We do not have a student number because it's a new. Okay. Item 12.2, personnel public employee, appointment, dismissal, discipline. We have on a motion by Board Member Fuentes, second by Board Member Haro, and carried on a 5-0 vote. The board approved the following as stated on the agenda. We have 5 classified coaches, 4 volunteer coaches, and classified leave of absence without pay, 1 special ed instructional assistant. Item 12.3, personnel public employee. On a motion by Board Member Haro and second by Board Member Fuentes and carried on a 5-0 vote, the board approved the following. Dr. Eric Mooney, Assistant Superintendent, Student Services Division.
Thank you, audience.
13.0, item 13.1, approval of the contract between Colton Joint Unified School District and the Assistant Superintendent of Student Services Division. Dr. Eric Mooney, Assistant Superintendent, Student Services Division. The term is September 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2029. Annual salary, $236,438 per year, pursuant to the salary schedule annual increase. Annual work year, 222 days. Vehicle, district-provided vehicle for assistant superintendent's use. Fringe benefits, health insurance, the same medical and dental insurance benefits offered to other certificated management employees. Sick leave, 14 days per fiscal year. I need a motion to approve item 13.1 as presented.
So moved.
Okay. And a second? Okay. I have a motion by Board Member Israel Fuentes and second by Board Member Ibarra to approve action item 13.1 as presented. I will need a roll call vote for this. Joanne?
Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mrs. Haro? Yes. Mr. Ibarra? Yes. Mr. Flores? Yes. Mrs. Flores?
Yes. On motion of Board Member Fuentes and Board Member Ibarra, the board approved action item 13.1 as presented. We are adjourning at 9:46. Good evening, everybody.